Pittsburgh Pirates beat the Houston Astros last night 10-6 at Daikin Park. The long ball was working yesterday for the Pirates, who sent 3 out of the park against the Astros pitching staff. Game 2 of the series will be tonight, and it will be a matchup between former LSU Tiger Paul Skeens and former Louisiana Raging Cajun Spencer Arrighetti. First pitch is at 7:10 tonight, and you can listen to it right here on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles. The 2026 NBA Finals get started tonight between the New York Knicks, representing the Eastern Conference, and the San Antonio Spurs, representing the Western Conference. Game 1 tonight will be in San Antonio, and the Spurs are favored by 4.5 over the Knicks. Tip-off is at 6:30 tonight in the Frostbank Center. The Women's College World Series Championship Series begins tonight, and it's a rematch of last year's title series between the Texas Longhorns and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. The Red Raiders will be the away team tonight and are 61-8 on the year, while the home side, Texas Longhorns, enter at 51-12. First pitch is at 7 p.m. in Oklahoma City. The Las Vegas Golden Knights won a 5-4 thriller over the Carolina Hurricanes last night in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Game 2 of the series will stay in Carolina, and it'll be Thursday night at 7 p.m. After more than a decade in Lake Charles, March Madness is returning to Lafayette. The LHSAA announced yesterday that the boys basketball state tournament will be played in the Cajun Dome starting in March of 2027. It'll be the first time since 2011 that the Cajun Dome has hosted the tournament. I'm Blake Persher, and you're listening to ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, your home for the LSU Tigers and the Houston Astros.
The 2-minute drill has been powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you. Dawson Iserloh prides himself on taking a deep dive to uncover all the relevant data about the sports and sports teams he loves. And now he's sharing all those facts inside his big brain with all of you. Here is the LohDown with D-Loh on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
It is the LohDown, ESPN 103.7 in Lafayette, 104.1 in Lake Charles. Anywhere you are with the ESPN Southwest Louisiana mobile app. We are also coming at you live on YouTube, the ESPN_SWLA channel. Dawson Iserloh, known as D-Loh, with you here for the next 2 hours. We will venture across the world of sports today. We've got a lot of college baseball to do. We'll do most of that in the second hour, although we'll do some in the first as well, because in addition to still like recapping the regionals, previewing supers, we've got some really interesting stuff going on in the world of Raging Cajun baseball. They got some really good news yesterday that, quite honestly, I wasn't expecting to get this early. So we will talk about that. It is a big sports day and sports night. It wasn't really yesterday, so we save it up, right? So locked in, I'm actually going to take a look ahead as opposed to a look back at what we have to watch tonight. We'll do that, of course. We'll take a look at the NBA Finals a little bit. The way the schedule, we don't do this often, but it's going to be a jam-packed second hour with guests just because of the way these schedules lined up for us. So the first hour, we don't have anybody. So if you want to hit us on the ESPN hotline, 337-706-0111, feel free to. The second hour, we're going to go back-to-back-to-back guests. We'll start it off with Zach Nagy, his normal visit with us at 2 o'clock on Wednesdays. We'll talk the latest in LSU athletics. We've got a couple interesting things going on in that side of things. Right after that, the Troy Trojans going to the Super Regionals. First time ever got a chance to book their ticket to Omaha. The voice of the Troy Trojans, Barry McKnight's going to be kind enough to join us, talk about this kind of magical run that Troy's been on, going to Gainesville, beating Florida, now getting ready to host a Super. So thought that was pretty time relevant. Excited to talk with Barry McKnight at 2:15. And then Mike Rooney, host of ESPN's, analyst on ESPN Squeeze Play, I should say. He's also going to be a part of the studio coverage this week for Super Regionals. Mike Rooney does a great job with ESPN's college baseball coverage. He will join us at the bottom of hour number 2 at 2:30. We'll talk regionals and supers, of course, with our friend who joined us last year as well, friend of the program, Mike Rooney. So it's Zach Nagy at 2 o'clock. It is Barry McKnight at 2:15, and then it'll be rounded out with Mike Rooney at 2:30. Other than that, a whole lot of time to talk to about a lot of different things. The Saints, Kellen Moore spoke today. We got a couple things that came out of that. Alvin Kamara news. Sounds like it's getting a little better if you want to see Kamara in a Saints uniform again. So we'll touch on all those things and more so here in the next 2 hours on the LohDown. ESPN 103.7 Lafayette, 104.1 Lake Charles. As we mentioned, we got a full week of shows here lined up, so we still have more. Already got a full guest list tomorrow, working on Friday, so excited to be back in the rhythm of things. And for now, as I mentioned, as opposed to looking back at last night, let's get locked in and let's look forward to what we have, a big sports night in store.
D-Loh is the kind of guy that stays locked in. On what? Well, that depends on the night. But you can guarantee there was some sporting event that he found interesting. It's time to find out what D-Loh was locked in on the LohDown.
So as I mentioned, we have got three really intriguing things to watch tonight. At least I do. Two of which are of national interest, right? One of which has a bit of a local flair to it. Let's start with the local element. One of the best pitching matchups in Major League Baseball all season long. And look, I haven't done the full research on it, but our guy BP was looking back. He couldn't find an example of it. I don't know if it's ever happened. An LSU Tiger is going to match up against a Louisiana Raging Cajun on the mound, and I can guarantee you it hasn't happened when both pitchers were in the thick of the Cy Young Award race, albeit still early June. A lot of baseball left to be played. Paul Skeens going to get the ball for the Pirates tonight inside Daikin Park against Spencer Arrighetti. Skeens has a 6-5 record, a 2.89 ERA, still very good numbers, but they're not Skeens-like. Remember, he had that terrible first outing of the season, and honestly, his numbers haven't fully recovered from it. He hasn't been quite as dominant as he was last year, but Skeens is still unbelievable. He's going to be in the mix for the Cy Young every year he's healthy, it feels like, for the foreseeable future. And the Pirates are actually a sneaky fun team. They're 5 games above 500. They're competing in the NL Central a little bit. So Skeens gets the ball. That would be box office enough, right, for an Astros fan to want to tune in. How about getting a former Raging Cajun opposite him, Spencer Arrighetti? And we've talked about it on this show a good bit, so if you listen to us a lot, you probably already know it. But Spencer Arrighetti's having an unbelievable out-of-body experience type season right now. He is 7-1 with a 1.34 ERA. He made 5 starts in May, and he gave up 3 earned runs. He was just named the American League Pitcher of the Month for the month of May. Wrote about that on ESPNSouthwestLouisiana.com, by the way, if you want to check that out. He's been unbelievable. He has carried this Astros pitching staff with the injuries to Hunter Brown and others. And so he gets the ball against Paul Skeens. Kevin talked about this yesterday. I think he's right on. This is going to mean something to Spencer. Like the idea of getting the ball against, and whether the UL LSU thing, that may be a small part of it, but just the fact that he's going to get the ball against one of, if not the best pitchers in baseball, he cares about stuff like that. He's a leader on this Astros team already, even though he's only been a member of the squad for a few years. And, one of those was kind of injury-ridden. This is awesome. I can't wait to watch Paul Skeens and Spencer Arrighetti face off tonight on the bump in Daikin Park. Usually, when you hype up a pitching matchup like this over and over again, that's when you get like a 10-8 game out of nowhere. But I have a feeling runs are going to be a little hard to come by in Daikin tonight. So I'm excited for that. I'll also have coverage for it. I'll have a website recap up after the game on ESPNSouthwestLouisiana.com. That is one of 3 events I mentioned. Let's go now to the next thing, and that is the Women's College World Series Championship Series begins tonight. As I said before, for them, tough break to go up against NBA Finals Game 1, but honestly, those things have both been on the schedule for a long time, so I guess they knew it. There's not a whole lot you can do, right, this time of the year. Texas Tech and Texas. We get a Lone Star showdown once again here. The Red Raiders have kind of made themselves the villains of this sport all of a sudden, and they're kind of proud of it. We saw Jerry Glasgow go on the record and say, yeah, we're fine with being the villains of this thing. We're going to embrace it. So you get a chance to see that. It's interesting. This is the same exact matchup, by the way, that we had in the College World Series finals a year ago, Texas and Texas Tech. In that 3-game series, Texas won game 1 2-1. Texas Tech won game 2 4-3. Texas won the rubber match and the championship crowning game 10-4 in the finale. In that series, Texas was the number 6 seed overall. Texas Tech was the 12. This time around, Texas is the number 2 seed in this tournament. Texas Tech is number 11. So second consecutive year, we talk about parity in women's college sports and how it maybe hasn't come quite along as far. It's still not super parity. There's not a lot of parity top to bottom, but at least at the top, you're seeing a few different things happen. And so this is back-to-back years in which the number 1 overall seed in the tournament does not make it to the Women's College World Series finals. So that's worth noting. By the way, the records of these two teams, there you go again with the parity not being exactly, crazy. How about a combined record of 112-20? 61-8 for Texas Tech, 51-12 for Texas. We know Nigeri Kennedy. is going to get the ball for the Red Raiders. And Jerry Glasgow seeking that first ever national title, right? He had some chances with the Cajuns. He had some chances with Texas Tech so far last year, getting to the championship series. Now he's going to try and do it. This is a weird one, too. I know like the Cajun fan base, too, is kind of split on Glasgow. It's going to be interesting to see the reaction, not only from Cajuns fans and sports fans in the area, but also just like the national reaction if Texas Tech gets this done. Because as I said, they're starting to trend towards like real villain territory. I don't know how people are going to feel about it if they get it done. I generally feel it's probably going to be more of a negative reaction. It takes a lot probably for America to root for the Texas Longhorns. You know, they're kind of one of those programs that a lot of people, if you're not from Texas or a Texas fan, you probably don't like them very much. They're kind of the good guys tonight, feels like. So that's interesting as well. So game one of the Women's College World Series Finals, it's at 7 o'clock on ESPN. And then, of course, perhaps the main event for some of you, for James Mesh across the glass, the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs in game one of the NBA Finals. It's a 7:30 tip on ABC. Victor Wembanyama, perhaps the next great face of the National Basketball Association. Jalen Brunson, the face of New York basketball right now. What a season, what a playoffs he's having. Karl Anthony Towns and company. Few former New Orleans Pelicans that make things go for the Knicks, right? Especially in that second unit, Josh Hart, Jose Alvarado. They have done the unthinkable in some ways. They've won 10 consecutive playoff games, despite not being like what's thought of as an all-time team at all. I said 10. Actually, it's 11. They've won 11 straight because they won the last 3 of that series against the Hawks, then 4 straight against the Sixers and Cavs. 11 straight wins. This would be number 12 in a row if the New York Knicks got it done tonight on the road in San Antonio. The Spurs, of course, off of a thrilling Game 7 victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder, a Spurs team that many, including myself, thought was a little too early to the party, was going to have to take their lumps, recover from a tough playoff series, and move on next year. That is not the case. Wembanyama and company said, we're ready now. They've got a bunch of fun role players, Champagny, Vassell, Castle. They get De'Aaron Fox back in these playoffs. He's been a factor as well. This is going to be, I think, a really, really good playoff series between San Antonio and New York, and it's obviously for everything with it all on the line. If I'm picking a winner of this series in a number of games, I'm taking the Spurs in. I bounce back between 5, 6, and 7. When you pick a number of games, like what are you trying to say here? Yeah, you think the other team's going to win at some point. I'm going to ultimately go with the Spurs in 5. I think they get this done fairly quickly. I think they're a better basketball team, somewhat top to bottom. If they are to lose a couple more in the series, I would think the youth shows up, and maybe the sluggishness, maybe a little bit of fatigue here in games 1 and 2. They did have 3 days off between the end of their series and this one, but those are stressful days. When you know you're on the cusp of playing in your first ever NBA Finals, which just about everybody on this roster is doing so, you do the travel stuff, you go back to San Antonio, and then you got to do all the media stuff. You got to talk to everybody. Everybody wants to see you. Everybody wants to talk to you. So I guess it's better for San Antonio that they're at home for this to start this series, as opposed to being in New York where it's just going to be amplified, right? I mean, New York City's going crazy right now. I have a friend who lives in New York City and was recently with him and was asking like what the city's like. He said it's been crazy since even before the playoffs started with how excited everybody is about the Knicks. So it's going to be wild when it gets to the Garden, but that's not until Game 3. So games 1 and 2 in San Antonio. Spurs are the favorites tonight by 4.5. We'll see if this series gets off to a nice start. Should be a really good one. I think all these games have a chance to be really fun and competitive. They weren't all, even in the Western Conference Finals, as we mentioned. Like, these games were won by 10, 12 points, even though you split them. The first 6 split 3 apiece. Eastern Conference Finals, obviously New York kind of, put belt to butt there on the Cavs. It wasn't all that exciting for the most part. So it'll be perhaps a refreshing competitive series. We'll see. Also heard the NBA, they've heard a lot of criticisms, I think, for their presentation of the finals in recent years, and I guess maybe some of that's put on ABC and ESPN. We've been wanting the finals logo back on the court. Remember, a couple years ago, they were like, here, fine. And they put just a 3D projected image of it. And we're like, that's not what we meant. I don't know. I don't know if I'm wondering if I'm going to tune in tonight and feel like it's the NBA finals and feel like it's a big deal, or if I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. I'm actually looking forward to kind of taking note of that and seeing what that looks like as well. So it all gets going tonight. As we mentioned, 3 big blockbuster type matchups as far as the Women's College World Series, the NBA Finals, and then Paul Skeens against Spencer Arrighetti on the local hand there with the Astros facing the Pirates at home. So we'll take a timeout. When we return, Really encouraging news for the Louisiana Raging Cajuns baseball team just a couple days after their season came to a close in the regional final. And I mean overwhelmingly positive news. I'll explain what I mean by that after the break. It's the LohDown.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Delta Media Corp is hiring for a media account executive, and they are hiring immediately. This could be the career change you've been looking for. You know, if you're able to connect with people, especially local businesses, get out and help them grow, this is a great opportunity. There's unlimited earning potential. We'd prefer sales experience, but it's not required. We will teach and train the right candidate. What matters most is confidence, communication skills, and personality, along with, of course, connecting with people and businesses in the community. Email our general manager if you're interested, Johnette Cochran. Her email address is JCochran, J Cochran, at deltamediacorp.com. Delta Media Corp is an equal opportunity employer.
Make sure to set your alarm and tune in Saturday mornings at 10 o'clock for Sports Shorts here on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles. Join me, Ronnie Rance, and the Sports Shorts team of Tommy Christsan, Hunter McCann, and the crazy man, Joel Davis, as we break down the sports and teams that you love. The LSU Tigers, New Orleans Saints, and everything in between. Tune in Saturday mornings from 10 to noon for Sports Shorts here on Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Are you looking for an eye expert? Well, visit Acadiana Optics in Broussard, locally owned, founded, and operated by Broussard native Dr. Lindsay Dugas. From comprehensive eye exams for glasses and contacts to diabetic exams, pediatric eye care, emergency eye care, cataract and LASIK evaluations, Acadiana Optics provides family eye care for all vision needs. Enjoy state-of-the-art technology, designer frame selections, prescription Maui Jim sunglasses, and custom glasses and contacts. Acadiana Optics in Broussard. Call today to schedule your appointment.
Imagine building your dream backyard pool without ever leaving your couch. With Duplessis Builders, you can go shop our in-ground gunite pool packages online, start to finish. Browse our pool designs, compare features, see exactly what's included, and choose the package that fits your style and budget. Once you purchase, our team takes over. From permit and excavation to gunite decking and final startup, you click, we build, you swim. Your backyard upgrade is just a few clicks away. Visit DuplessisBuilders.net and buy your pool online today.
Hello, Acadiana. Cajun Culture, your #1 full-service dealer for new, used, and custom golf carts. Perfect for on the job site, the neighborhood, or even out on the green. We are the only authorized dealer of American-made E-Z-GO and Club Car here in Acadiana. For all your service, sales, and mechanical repairs, we got you. So don't wait. Roll on over to CajunCarts.com or stop by our Lafayette location by the Jockey Lot and see why we've been Louisiana's golf cart headquarters since 2003. Cajun Carts. Why walk when you can ride?
ESPN 103.7 KLWB FM and 104.1 KLCJ FM are properties of Delta Media Corporation, Southwest Louisiana's only locally owned and operated premier multimedia company with radio, television, and digital properties. ESPN 103.7 and 104.1 often conducts promotional contests on the air and on our digital platforms to include ESPN SouthwestLouisiana.com and the ESPN Text Club. In order to participate in any contest promotion, you must be at least 18 years of age and reside within the broadcast coverage area of ESPN. Only one winner per household for 30 days. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Winners agree to pay any taxes or fees related to a prize as noted in contest rules. Winners also agree that ESPN Southwest Louisiana has permission to use their name, likeness, portrait, recorded voice, or other biographical material to promote the station and participating sponsors. Employees, family members, and sponsors of ESPN Southwest Louisiana and Delta Media are not eligible to participate in any promotional contest. A complete list of rules can be found online at ESPNSouthwestLouisiana.com or available to view at the main offices of Delta Media Corporation during operating business hours, located at 3501 Northwest Evangeline Thruway, Carencro. Back to the sports talk you not only want, but need. This is ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Okay, so yesterday was a really fun day on Raging Cajun Baseball Twitter, if you didn't catch what went down. Look, I had conversations about it. We'd already talked about it on the air. We had mentioned it with Jay Walker. We'd mentioned it with Kevin. Like, 10 years ago, this would have been so fun because you have this great run with this young team that's got a ton of freshmen, couple sophomores, a handful of veteran players, but really dominated by the underclassmen, right? And what Blaze Rodriguez and Colt Brown and Noah Lewis and all these guys did down the stretch, you'd have just been, man, I can't wait for next season. That'd have been the general feeling. But in today's day and age, it's kind of like, yeah, I hope we can't wait for next season, but how many of these guys are going to leave? How many of these guys are going to jump in the portal, look for an option elsewhere? And so that was just this kind of and that's just a product of today's college athletics where you still have to think about stuff like that. Well, yesterday we got what I thought was way more confirmation and positive reactions from these players about coming back than I could have imagined we're going to get. Now, I do want to put one massive, massive caveat on all this. The transfer portal is open until June 30th. So this is not, you're not completely out of the woods yet. We have had high-profile Cajuns players in the past announce their intent to return to the team and still jump in the portal and play for other teams that season. It has happened in the past, and it's not fully exempt from being possible, right? There are the chance that these players have every intention of coming back now, and then a ridiculous offer hits their table at some point. Hopefully, that is not the case. But I will go through the names. Now, keep in mind also, these are not like official announcements by the school or anything. These are the players taking it upon themselves on social media. We have gotten confirmation or at least allusions to the following players running it back for next season: Sawyer Pruitt, Colt Brown, Blaze Rodriguez. You can make an argument these are the most important three. Now, look, Blaze's bat still has some room for improvement, no doubt about it, but defensively, he might already be the best shortstop in the country or close to it. We know that. We saw it on full display in the regionals. Colt Brown, I think, was the single most important of all these players. The catcher position's incredibly difficult to recruit. Cajuns have had a really good run of them, by the way, with what Julian Brock did, and you go back to even like a guy like Drake Osborne who's playing in professional ball for a long time. You had to get him back. That was huge. He started to show the power at the end of the season. The sky's the limit for Colt Brown. Sawyer Pruitt, key piece here. Could be your Friday night starter. Certainly, you think he's going to factor in either as a weekend starting option for you or a back end of the bullpen kind of guy. Still has the potential maybe to be that flex option. Like think of an LP Langevin, the way they used him in the back end, multiple inning outings, but kind of shut games down. Regardless, Sawyer Pruitt factors into your pitching plans in a massive way in year number 2. Big to get him back as well. You got those three. Then there was 3 more later on in the afternoon. I tried to keep track of these as best I could, bouncing around from Instagram and everything else. Noah Lewis on that list. Hayden Pearson now on that list as well. Hayden Pearson was a key factor for you out of the bullpen. The left-hander, the local product, was really good. He's another one. I think there's steps. There's another step to his development. He really did it primarily with the fastball. If he's able to use secondary pitches a little bit more effectively, you imagine an offseason with Taylor Sandiford, they're going to work with him. Hayden Pearson could be a big factor for you. Noah Lewis, another one, man. He's one that I was scared about just because he's a legitimate 5-tool player. Like, he's got the ability to hit for contact, the ability to hit for power, the glove, the arm, the speed. He's got it all. And he started to flex it a little down the stretch, so I almost wondered if he was going to get offers elsewhere. He has indicated that he's interested in coming back as well, so that one's huge. They're using this hashtag 113 thing, by the way. Cajuns are going to play their 113th season of baseball next year. This was season 112. If you've been seeing that, you've been confused about it, that's what that is. We also got, maybe not a confirmation of a return, but Donovan LaSalle. There was a junior college player who committed to the Cajuns, by the way, who seems pretty exciting in his own right, first baseman, who committed to the program, and Donovan LaSalle commented and said, welcome. That would anticipate, right? That sounds like Donnie's coming back. He wouldn't say welcome if he was on his way out the door. Still, obviously, as I mentioned before, you got to wait for these things to play out. There was a few players who did confirm their intentions to enter the transfer portal, and none of it's stunning. Jace LaCava, outfielder, showed some flash, got a couple chances to start, played a little bit throughout the season, but didn't end up kind of keeping up with the starting rotation in the outfield. He has entered the portal. He was actually not with the team, I don't believe, for the Starkville Regional. Maddox Mandino is going to be the biggest one you've seen so far. And this one, look, I understand it, and I thought, a lot of the comments I saw on social media yesterday, a lot of Cajuns fans get it too. Mandino's a really good player. He batted almost 280 this year. He can steal some bases. He plays well defensively. He can lay bunts down. Like, he's a really good player. But there's a lot of really good outfielders on this team. We just talked about all the youth. You could potentially have an outfield. Oh, and by the way, one more player who has at least seemingly announced their return is Mark Collins, who was a sophomore outfielder who really had a breakout towards the end of the year. Collins in left, Noah Lewis in center, Donovan LaSalle in right. Your starting outfield might be set before this thing ever even gets going, right? So I understand Mandino kind of not wanting to be limited to a platoon role when he's only got 1 year of eligibility left. So not stunning that he's entered the portal. Mandino's going to look for probably an everyday starting outfield job elsewhere, and I can't really blame him for that. So it's Lewis, it's Pruitt, it's Pearson, it's Rodriguez, it's Brown, it's Collins, it's somewhat LaSalle. All these guys announcing their intentions here. Cajun fans, I know, are still anxiously waiting to see something from Drew Markle. I'd be surprised if Markle left, but, again, it's always possible. Markle would kind of continue this thing of just really putting a lot of good players in the mix in the infield. And you've also got, some really talented guys coming in that Coach Deggs is really high on. He said that, in his presser in Starkville. Like, they already love the class they have coming in. They have some freshmen they really like. They have, now you see a junior college player out of the mix. They can still potentially go to the portal. And it does lead for this thought for me. The pitching staff is where you're at. They're going to be in a really unique position. Chase Morgan, we all love SEMO, right? He was unbelievable his first 2 years. Really, that freshman season was just special. Battled injuries, didn't pitch as well, but still was really good as a sophomore. Then he misses all of this year. He's got a scary back injury, right? It's a scary deal. I don't know fully the details of it, but I know it was enough to keep him out all season long, and it's nothing to play around with, especially when you're talking about back injury for a guy as young as Chase is. So I'm sure, I haven't heard an update on him in a while. I'm sure he is seeing medical specialists and maybe putting a plan in place to try and rehab this thing and or, see if surgery is an option. I'm sure Chase is trying to figure that out. If he's back into the fold, there's going to be, and I'm already fighting against it in my own mind, right? There's going to be this hesitancy or not this hesitancy, this desire to be like, oh my goodness, we're getting SEMO back in this rotation, adding him to the fold, this team. You can't expect Chase Morgan to be back to himself next year. You can hope, and I do hope, but that's going to be a lot to ask. So I don't want to go all the way in the realm of like the Astros talking about McCullers, where you're like, hey, it'd be Lanyap if he's a part of this team and if he's a really, a big factor in the rotation. But as far as like Deggs and his staff recruiting and putting this roster together, I think they do have to treat Chase Morgan like Lanyap. Like, I don't think they can count on it because he's got some really serious, scary health stuff, that he's got to get figured out. And as I said, I wish him the best. I wish him the best as a recovery, not only for baseball purposes, but just for life. Because, like my dad's had some back scares over the years. It's obviously, it's very, very scary thing. I think this team is going to need to go out and get some depth arms. Now, you went out last year and found Cody Brash. Like, yeah, go find the next Cody Brash. That's an easy thing to say. I don't know if that's as easy to do, okay? The guy's unbelievable. He's going to get drafted early in the draft. Technically, look, he can come back if he wants to. I don't think Deggs and this coaching staff are expecting him to. They think he's going to get his name called pretty early, and he's going to take a nice signing bonus and begin a pro career. It'd be great if you found another guy like him. Ty Roman does have another year, and I think they'd love to have him back in the fold. J.R. Tillett does have another year, and I know it was a brutal season for him, but you still did at least start to see the signs of maybe him getting it figured out towards the back end. Tyler Pappenbrock was a big get for this team, and as the season went on, man, how valuable was he down the stretch? I don't know if you make that run without what he did in the Sun Belt tournament into the regionals. So you do need to go out and find a couple more guys like that, I think. There are some young players and some freshmen they're really high on. By the way, Will Taylor, Cowan Alfonso, both also entered their names into the portal. That's right-handed pitchers that just didn't pitch much and didn't get a chance. They weren't in the rotation. They weren't in the bullpen as primary options, so they're going to look elsewhere, and I don't think that's a stunner that they've entered the portal. But you need some more depth arms. I think if this team is to go out into the portal in one way, a reliable starter, a guy who can eat innings for you, that's a veteran that's been there, done that, I think would be a really nice addition to this roster. And as I said, it's nothing set in stone about who is or isn't coming back yet. So hopefully you get a bunch more confirmations and nothing changes between now and the end of June. It's exciting, though. Yesterday was kind of fun to watch the reaction of this fan base and everybody go in. People try putting up mock party decks in right field, thinking about how we can expand on what Russo Park's got to offer. I love that stuff as well. Thought those were funny. Look, the clubhouse project that I think, don't quote me on this, but last I checked, after next season will probably be when that gets built. I don't think it's going to get built in time for for the 2027 season. But after a lot of negativity, right? What we talked about was a very rough academic calendar year for UL athletics. ended on a high note for sure. And it's got a lot of people excited about what the future holds for Matt Deggs and his program. All right, we'll take a time out here. We'll switch gears a little bit when we return. This is a Wednesday edition of the LohDown, ESPN Southwest Louisiana Sports Station.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Small Sliders of Lafayette has 2 locations. One is over on Ambassador Caffrey. The other one is across from Our Lady of Lourdes Stadium on Bertrand Drive. Slide through today. Check them out. They've got a lot of exciting stuff going on. I was telling you about their loaded fries. How about crispy waffle fries with queso, bacon, jalapeno, and finished with a ranch drizzle? You can get that alongside your favorite sliders. You get the combos right. You want 2, 3, 4. They can make it happen for you. In addition, you got to get yourself a side of the small sauce and the queso as well. It's going to take your experience to the next level. Try them out today. Tell them D-Loh sent you. It means a lot if you mention that you heard it on the show. So slide through, get your lunch or your dinner taken care of. Remember, if you got a big event, they do catering packages as well at Small Sliders of Lafayette.
ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and
This game isn't fun. This game is a war.
it's time for the 2-minute drill.
Hurry it up, hurry it up, hurry it up.
Powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you.
Come on, let's go, you guys. Get in here, we gotta go fast now.
The Pittsburgh Pirates beat the Houston Astros last night 10-6 at Dyken Park. The long ball was working yesterday for the Pirates, who sent 3 out of the park against the Astros pitching staff. Game 2 of the series will be tonight, and it will be a matchup between former LSU Tiger Paul Skeens and former Louisiana Raging Cajun Spencer Arrighetti. First pitch is at 7:10 tonight, and you can listen to it right here on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles. The 2026 NBA Finals get started tonight between the New York Knicks, representing the Eastern Conference, and the San Antonio Spurs, representing the Western Conference. Game 1 tonight will be in San Antonio, and the Spurs are favored by 4.5 over the Knicks. Tip-off is at 6:30 tonight in the Frostbank Center. The Women's College World Series Championship Series begins tonight, and it's a rematch of last year's title series between the Texas Longhorns and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. The Red Raiders will be the away team tonight and are 61-8 on the year, while the home side, Texas Longhorns, enter at 51-12. First pitch is at 7 p.m. in Oklahoma City. The Las Vegas Golden Knights won a 5-4 thriller over the Carolina Hurricanes last night in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Game 2 of the series will stay in Carolina, and it'll be Thursday night at 7 p.m. After more than a decade in Lake Charles, March Madness is returning to Lafayette. The LHSAA announced yesterday that the boys basketball state tournament will be played in the Cajun Dome starting in March of 2027. It'll be the first time since 2011 that the Cajun Dome has hosted the tournament. I'm Blake Persher, and you're listening to ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, your home for the LSU Tigers and the Houston Astros.
The 2-minute drill has been powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you. ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles is the proud winner of 4 2026 LAB Prestige Awards, including Best Use of Digital Media, Foot's Friday Fury, Best Live On-Site Remote for our Super Bowl Radio Row coverage, Best Promotion for our No Shave November initiative, and Radio Young Professional of the Year for Dawson Iserloh. We're proud of being Southwest Louisiana's sports station and are humbled to be recognized by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters.
Before hitting the road, get hooked up at Match Trailers on Bertrand Drive. Everything you need from truck equipment, accessories, and trailer parts, Match Trailers has it. Match Trailers, 1849 Bertrand Drive in Lafayette, or give Matt a call at 235-7534.
MeTV is America's #1 classic entertainment television network. And here's one of the reasons everybody loves MeTV.
Oh, it's a classic.
The great comedy lineup on weeknights.
This will be fun. Come on.
With MASH.
Loaded with snappy comebacks.
The Andy Griffith Show.
I was just funning with Barney.
And Everybody Loves Raymond.
Now we got a show.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
We are the soldiers of the Louisiana Army National Guard. We are your neighbors. We are your sons and daughters. While we serve part-time, we are learning valuable life and job skills. We are earning money for college, for trade and technical schools, and for certifications. We are proud to serve both our country and our home state. We are your Louisiana Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the Louisiana Army National Guard. Aired by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-819-8313. 800-819-8313. 800-819-8313. That's 800-819-8313.
Delta Home Center and Delta Trailer Sales, your one-stop shop for utility and cargo trailers. Heavy-duty dump and gooseneck trailers, portable buildings, cabins, decks, porches, fences, carports, and site-built metal shops. Located at Exit 7 in Carencro or at deltatrailersales.com.
Helping you get through your workday. This is ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Okay, we are back here on the LohDown. If you want to hit the ESPN hotline, now's the time to do so, 337-706-0111. But we did have some Saints stuff go down today. It is OTAs, baby. We are here. James, we got to get our off-season bingo cards in order. We're going to start hearing those things. This is the time. I mean, the best shape of your life comments are right around the corner. I mean, it could be any minute now. We get to hear about somebody who's in the best shape of their life. But all that being said, Kellen Moore spoke a little bit today. There wasn't a whole lot from what I saw that he said that was super interesting. Obviously, nothing's really happened yet. It was interesting, by the way, that Drake London got a massive new deal yesterday, a 4-year extension, $141 million. A lot of reports and rumors that made Chris Olave a lot more expensive. Remember, it's not about who's the best. It's about who's next when it comes to contracts. That's who gets the biggest ones. And if you're close to that level of player, you get paid more than the last guy got paid because agents are good at what they do. So the Saints, by not getting this deal done at this point, they might have cost themselves a little bit, but we'll see. That's neither here nor there. Alvin Kamara is in the building today. I think that's the most important thing that came out of this early presser, right? We've been having a lot of questions about that. And as I've said before, this kind of becomes a little bit of an Alex Bregman thing for me with the Astros a couple years ago, where my concern was not necessarily the potential loss of Alex Bregman as a player. I think he was a good player. There was times in his career where he was a great player. He trended towards having, but at this point, he's been good. He's been a good player for a long time. Felt like the Astros could replace the production. What I didn't know if they could replace was the presence and the leadership and the understanding of it all. Bregman took a lot of bullets when the Astros were the team that everyone hated and was under fire, and they're still that team to an extent, but obviously things have cooled off as the year's gone on. Time heals all wounds. I worried about losing Bregman in that locker room. Ultimately, what impact did Bregman's loss in the locker room mean last year? I don't know. Astros still made a run at it, still won 87 games. They missed the playoffs by a game. I don't know if that means all of a sudden that they didn't have any voices in the locker room, right? That's also my worry for Kamara. I said it. It was kind of perfect that Kellen Moore took over when he did to have Cam Jordan, Alvin Kamara. At the time when he took over, Tyrann Mathieu was still there, Demario Davis, Taysom Hill. I felt like there was a perfect transition of power, right? Here's all the vets. They'll help Kellen get acclimated, and when they ride off into the sunset, this will be Kellen Moore's team. So to an extent, like 1 year down, that's what that year was supposed to be for. That was last year. This is this year. Kellen should have done all those things, right? A year into this thing, he probably should have full control of the organization of the locker room, and that transition should have taken place. I still think it helps to just have some of those guys around, though. The OGs, right? The ones who've been here for a long time and know how things are done. We don't have an answer on Cam yet. I don't know when that answer is going to come. It sure sounds like Taysom's not going to be back. We know Tyrann retired already. Demario Davis departed in free agency. So all those like locker room veterans who know how things are done in New Orleans and set the standard, they're all like in a hurry. They're kind of all gone. So I still do value Alvin Kamara being in that room for another season. Will he be the same player on the field? No, I think we know he's already not. Like, he's already not the same guy. I still think you can maximize his value. And Travis Etienne coming in, I'm getting used to saying Etienne, by the way. I'm gonna stick to it as long as they're saying that. I'll be interested to see if the broadcast teams early in the season stick with it as well, or if we like slowly drift back into calling him Etienne. For now, I'm saying Etienne, though. I think that should actually just be a good thing as far as trying to help Kamara get more of a specialized role again. He was at his best in this league when he had Mark Ingram to do all the dirty work. I think I don't think anybody would dispute that, right? And maybe to an extent, Latavius Murray in the same sense. He was never at his best as the single feature showcase back that has to touch the ball 300 times a season. That's not when he's at his best. So Etienne, and remember, Kendre Miller's on this roster as well. I think Kendre Miller can join the Chase Morgan, Lance McCullers category of being considered lagniappe at this point, right? If you see him, that's great. It's awesome. He can maybe add to this whole thing, but we're not counting on him. We got to get him back here before we start counting on him for a while. So he's on the roster as well. I still value, as I said, though, the idea that Kamara can stick around, be a voice for the young guys, help this transition of power just fully take place. And I think one more year of that is not going to be a bad thing. I also do think, look, does it matter as far as this team's success? That could be debatable. Having franchise icons that play their entire career with you, while it's a rarity at this point, right? We know that. I still think that means something, you know? Like when you're trying to brand yourself and stick out amongst the 32 teams in the NFL, right? Like there's certain players, when you think about that player's name, like when you think about Larry Fitzgerald, you go Arizona Cardinals. There's no hesitation. That's a valuable asset to have, right? When you think Drew Brees, you think New Orleans Saints, even though, of course, he had a stint earlier in his career with the Chargers. And I still think it's hilarious when they try to put him on their graphics with stuff like, buddy, come on now. He didn't do anything of note with you. He did it all with the Saints. Anyway, not the point. Cam and Alvin potentially finishing their careers as Saints, I do think means something. It would mean something to me. It would mean something, I think, to a lot of people in this city. I think it would mean something to them. And so that's another element of this. And it sounds, by the way, like Alvin Kamara is going to be a Saint this year. That's where it's trending. These things have changed in the past, and I'm sure they'll change again. Other things that came out of OTAs today, Ross Jackson, of course, keeping us in the loop. He says that Kamara usually prepares away from New Orleans anyway. That's not anything new, so it is significant that he showed up today. Kellen Moore said he has not spoken to him yet, but he's excited that he's in the building. He also says he anticipates that Kamara is actually going to do some stuff out on the field today. Also, the Saints will be practicing in Metairie just like last year. They'll have Jacksonville joint practices with the Jaguars. And then on August 26th, they will have a practice at Tulane at Yulman Stadium ahead of their game against the Cowboys. So some opportunities there if you're going to be in and around the New Orleans area. You want to go check out the Saints and their offseason activities. We should be, there's a chance we'll be rolling down there at some point. The ESPN Southwest Louisiana crew could show up at a practice or two, depending on scheduling. So here's a list of players who were not at OTAs today. Kendre Miller. There you go already. I mean, come on, guys. It started. Ryan Griffin, who is a punter on this roster. Xavier Harris, the defensive tackle that they signed undrafted at Ole Miss. There was some excitement about Nathan Shepard, of course, returning defensive tackle. Chase Young, who is back in the mix. All five of those guys were not there at OTAs today, or at least were not seen by the media that got to observe practice. Mason Tipton, Christian Miller, and Oscar Delp were there but did not participate. So that's two rookies, and obviously Tipton, who's been a journeyman guy trying to fight to make the roster. So that is what our guy Ross Jackson had to say. Nick Underhill has some thoughts as well. He said Tyler Shuck had a great second period, amazing throws on the move, great day for him. That's good to hear about QB1. Underhill adds the Jaguar practices are expected to be open to the fans. I don't know if I mentioned that before or not, but there you have it. Training camp will officially open on August 29th. Or is that July 29th? I think that's August 29th. Either way. Devon Vele has been the emergency holder for field goals, which Underhill points out, which hey, we're digging deep to find stuff to talk about, right? But at the same time, I do think if somebody has like a specialized role like that, and I guess maybe it wouldn't be breaking news if Devon Vele made the roster, like we all think he's going to, especially the way he played last year when healthy. But I've always thought about that. If you can find yourself like a specialized role, well, that means they're not going to cut the guy who is the emergency holder. You know what I mean? So sometimes maybe that'd be more noteworthy if it was somebody like a Mason Tipton or one of these rookies that's trying to make the roster. But I think Devon Vele is safely going to be a part of this team as long as he's able to stay healthy. And man, the hopes are high there. I still think, by the way, like this receiving room, and I did a podcast last night. It'll be coming out in the next couple of weeks about Cajuns football. It wasn't done by me. I was a guest on the podcast, and they were asking me about all kinds of stuff, and I was talking about that Cajun receiving room, how like past Shelton Sampson, like who's going to step up? I don't know. I could give you 7 or 8 names, but I don't know who the next guy up is going to actually be. It's not quite that plain and simple for the Saints because we know who, the Chris Olaves, Devon Vele's, like we know who these players are, but that like next tier of pass catcher for New Orleans, whether it be an Oscar Delp at tight end, whether it be a Mason Tipton who's earned himself playing time at times but has never like emerged into a real difference maker for you, whether it is a Jalen Polk who we've been waiting forever to see out there, like all those things are going to be really interesting, I think, in training camp. Now that we don't have to talk about the quarterback, remember last year we spent so much of this offseason talking about Rattler and Chuck and, even Jake Haener, shout out our guy, Jake Haener, if he was going to factor in. We spent a lot of time talking about that position. We don't have to spend really any time doing it. And ironically, another parallel. Same thing with the Cajuns. It's lunch and then it's the rest. So now I'm just thinking like into these practices, when we get glimpses of this team, we're going to have a real opportunity to look at some of the other facets of it that maybe we didn't spend quite as much time on last year because we had a quarterback to talk about. And that's fine. And now, the good news is they've settled the quarterback position, so we can start worrying about other stuff. I'm interested to see, though, like what the backup quarterback role. That's another one. Because I don't know if you all forgot. I didn't forget my guy Zach Wilson's wearing a Saints jersey right now. So, I'm fired up. James, anything? The Zach Wilson experience? You ready to see him slinging it around?
I mean, we'll see. We'll definitely see a lot of them in the preseason.
Couple jaw-dropping throws in OTAs, perhaps. Carry that into those controlled scrimmages. Maybe a little preseason tutty or two, and he challenges Rattler for the backup role. Who knows?
Jaw-dropping might be a little bit of a stretch.
How surprised, well, I'll say it this way. How surprised would you be if Zach Wilson's QB2 on the depth chart when the season starts?
Not the biggest,
right.
I'd say.
Hey, it's possible, man.
Not the biggest. I would still expect it to be Rattler, though.
He's got the leg up, it would feel like. As I said before, too, one of my main concerns with Zach Wilson, and, some of you might say, hey, that's not what you should be worried about. I think it is. He's got to get a better number. I said it before, man. He cannot be wearing this number 0 thing. This number 0 thing does not work for Zach. When Zach was at his best, he was wearing number 2. He was wearing number 1 at BYU.
Zero reason to believe in him.
There's zero reasons to wear number 0 as a quarterback. I'm just saying right now. And I'm trying to go back on the Saints roster here and make sure what he's been wearing. I mean, somebody was out at camp. I'm sure we've got a number 4. All right, I can live with number 4. We're back at number 4. That's solid. That's a good quarterback number. Yeah, because Saints already have a 0 on defense. So, oh no, and Jordan Tyson took 0, didn't he? Okay, Tyson took 0. So Zach Wilson wears number 4. I feel it. I feel the mojo in that number. There was another quarterback who wore number 4 for the Saints recently. Can't quite put my finger on who it was. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was Derek Carr.
I wonder who it was.
That didn't go too well. Zach Wilson's got a chance to be the best number 4 in recent Saints quarterback history, if things go well. And it might be him never entering a game and just being the backup, holding the clipboard, looking good with his headband. Who knows? All right. Went long there. Let's take a break. Got a poll question of the day to introduce you to after this. We'll also wrap up the first hour, and then hour 2 is flooded with guests. 3 of them, back to back to back. Stay tuned. It's the LohDown.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
After further review, we'll be hitting the road and setting up shop this Thursday. That's that's tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Gosh, it's already Wednesday. At the Walk-Ons in Lake Charles. Matt Moscona and his LAB award-winning show, AFR, will be live at the Walk-Ons. The address, 5313 Common Street, 3 to 6 tomorrow. Food and drinks will be provided. Make sure to swing by and hang out with Moscona and the After Further Review team this Thursday. That is tomorrow, as I mentioned, Walk-Ons in Lake Charles.
ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles is your home for the Houston Astros.
And the Astros stun the Mariners.
Hunter Brown, Yordan Alvarez, and the rest of the Astros are looking to get back to the postseason. You can listen to every pitch, hit, and thrilling victory of the Houston Astros.
Incredible!
As Robert Ford and Steve Sparks will be on the call. Tune in this season for live Astros baseball on Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Did you know you can get great tasting Clear Springs artesian water delivered to your office or your doorstep at home? Clear Springs is 100% local with their own bottling facility at the world-famous Kentwood Aquifer, no chemicals added. Just pure Kentwood, Louisiana artesian water. Clear Springs Water offers delivery of 5 or 3 gallon water service with a hot and cold temperature water cooler or even single-serve bottles delivered to your home or office. Easy to reach, clearsprings.net, then contact us tab or 337-519-3563.
Attention first responders, police officers, firefighters, military and former military personnel. If you have an acre or more of grass to cut, Skag Zero-Turn Mowers would like to thank you by offering you a special discount with their Simply the Brave First Responders program. Save big money on the industry's top-rated zero-turn mower at Nolan's Lawnmower in Carencro. Nolan's can offer well-qualified buyers 0% financing for 48 months. Come by Nolan's Lawnmower at 3547 Northwest Evangeline Thruway and check out the full line of Skag zero-turn lawnmowers.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce exhibit number 1.
MeTV is America's #1 classic television network.
There can only be one #1, me.
MeTV features over 60 of the greatest classic TV series each week.
Go with the winner.
Enjoy dramas, comedies, westerns, sci-fi, and more.
You just watch me.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB over the air on channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
MeTV is memorable entertainment television.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry. No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices. To learn more, visit govote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's office.
Man, I loved playing high school sports growing up. And it's fun being a fan now, don't get me wrong, but sitting in the stands feels like I'm missing out on all the action, you know? I wanted to get back in the game, so I signed up to be a high school official. It takes me back to my playing days. I'm supporting students, and I get paid to make the big calls. Do you want to see the game up close? Sign up to become an official in Louisiana at highschoolofficials.com.
Do yourself a favor and download the free ESPN Southwest Louisiana mobile app, powered by Moss Motors BMW for your Android or Apple devices. Download the app by searching ESPN 1037 Lafayette or ESPN 1041 Lake Charles. It's just that easy to take Southwest Louisiana's sports station with you wherever you go.
Alvin Kamara has spoken to the media a little bit. Quote, "On my side, I feel no beef or bad blood. I'm going to do what I do every year, working." I'm doing what I do every year, I think is what Rob Walker meant to type. That's our friend Rob Walker Nola on Twitter with the Times-Picayune. So Kamara is telling his side of it a little bit. Doesn't sound like a contract dispute. It doesn't sound like the contract's been resolved yet, but he's in the building. He is, taking the high road, as they say, not doing a holdout, at least as of now. And like I said, I think it'd be awesome to see him in a uniform again. And I think it'd be really awesome if he doesn't have to be the workhorse back. Like Kevin Foote's been calling it dump trucking him forever. And I agree. There's been so many years, and obviously it was the Carmichael thing, but I also, looking back at some of those teams, I don't fully fault the offensive coordinators for, the way Kamara was used, because at times they just didn't have another back worthy of giving the football to a bunch, And so now that's hopefully changed with the investment they've made at the position in the offseason. And it sounds like I think you could get back to using him. And look, Kellen Moore, we know he's smart enough offensively to figure that stuff out. He knows that there's a way to utilize AK. So I think Kellen Moore can figure that out. By the way, I mentioned Cajuns baseball earlier, and I did not mention the fact that Zach LaFleur got a head coaching job. Zach LaFleur, who has been very involved with recruiting. He's also been the third base coach for this team. He's been a big part of the assistant pool of coaches there for the Cajuns in the last couple seasons. He is taking the head baseball coaching job at Turlings here in the area. That is the school he played at as well. So shout out to Zach LaFleur for that. That is a tough loss for the Cajuns because I know he's been heavily impacting the recruiting efforts, bringing in some of these really talented freshmen. Obviously, as we mentioned before, they've seemingly been able to retain them all as well. So wish Zach the best taking the job at Turlings. Obviously, he's not going very far, so we'll still be seeing and hearing from Coach LaFleur. And I guess that's an opening that the Cajuns baseball program's now going to have to fill at some point this offseason. But that one's one where you go, hey, man, he's got a chance to be the head baseball coach at his alma mater right here in the area. That doesn't that's not hard to imagine how excited he probably was to take that job. So the poll question of the day here, we are asking you on Facebook and on X, who takes home the Larry O'Brien Trophy? Is it the Spurs? Is it the Knicks? 60% of you saying Spurs. 40% of you are saying Knicks. Look, I mentioned it yesterday when we had Ali Cassell on. I was very surprised to hear Ali say that he's taking the Knicks straight up in this series. I just don't feel like they're going to have enough answers for this Spurs team, but I do wonder. I keep going back to this fatigue thing. Maybe I'm overplaying it. Wemby's a young guy, but he's also like a freak of nature. I don't know what that's going to look like, I really don't. And so I like the Spurs to win this series. I said Spurs in 5. It probably should be more like Spurs in 6, but I'll stick with it. Why not? I said Spurs in 5. James Mesh, I got to ask you, this is a behind the lens thing here. What's going on with the food situation right now? I just keep seeing you like working at this. What do you got right now? What's for lunch for James Mesh?
At this point, it's pretty room temp, but it's drumsticks.
Okay, it didn't look like drumsticks. I'm glad to hear it's something more. No, I thought maybe it was some sort of Japanese seaweed type, octopus. I didn't know if you had some sort of marine life in there.
No,
just a weird angle for me then. All right, chicken drumsticks, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's much more
with
normal.
Some frozen veggies.
All right. Well, I hope you heated them up before you ate them, right?
Yeah, I just need to reheat them again because it's been a while.
They were originally frozen, is the point he's making there. All right, anyway, just had to get that in. All right, the first hour is complete. We got back-to-back-to-back interviews. Zach Nagy will start us off, Barry McKnight in the middle, Mike Rooney to take it home. A lot of college baseball, some LSU, some recruiting updates in there as well. Stay tuned. We got a very, very busy second hour of the LohDown. It's ESPN, Southwest Louisiana Sports Station.
Attention first responders, police officers, firefighters, military and former military personnel. If you have an acre or more of grass to cut, Skag Zero-Turn Mowers would like to thank you by offering you a special discount with their Simply the Brave First Responders program. Save big money on the industry's top-rated zero-turn mower at Nolan's Lawnmower in Carencro. Nolan's can offer well-qualified buyers 0% financing for 48 months. Come by Nolan's Lawnmower at 3547 Northwest Evangeline Thruway and check out the full line of Skag Zero-Turn Lawnmowers.
Oh, look who's here.
Everybody Loves Raymond is on MeTV.
Who told you that?
Raymond!
America's #1 classic TV network.
Nothing even comes close.
Enjoy 2 back-to-back episodes every weeknight.
We're doing it twice.
Watch Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yeah, it's all about you, Raymond.
Weeknights starting at 8 on MeTV.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry. No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices. To learn more, visit govote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's office.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Live from Upper Lafayette, this is ESPN 1037 KLWB Karen Crow Lafayette, KLCJ-FM Oak Grove Lake Charles 1041, a Delta Media station.
I'm Christine Lisi. The Knicks and Spurs set to open up the NBA Finals tonight in San Antonio, 7:30 Eastern ESPN Radio, 8:30 Eastern on ABC. With Jalen Brunson leading the way, the Knicks have won 11 straight games by a total of 262 points, the most lopsided 11-game run in league history. So how does San Antonio defend Brunson? ESPN NBA analyst Danny Green.
I imagine it'll be Stephon Castle. Stephon Castle's done an amazing job this postseason. Guarding SGA, who's a two-time MVP, slowed him down. The other guys showed in gaps, Champagny, Vassell. It was a group effort, but Stephon Castle did a great job of moving his feet, being physical, also with playing without fouling, which is going to be a key in this series.
New York center Mitchell Robinson will be available, reports ESPN's Shams Charania. He had surgery on his right hand last week. Officially, Robinson listed as questionable. Former Browns defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz explaining his decision to resign back in February. He told the Ryan Rippon Show he was fine with Cleveland hiring Todd Monken as head coach, but he deserved his own DC, and a forced marriage isn't going to work in the NFL. This marked the second time that Schwartz was passed over for the Browns head coaching job.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Thursday, as the Knicks and Spurs battle in the NBA Finals, I'll tell you which team should use their blueprint if they want to have success in the future. It's on Sportsman, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Dawson Iserloh prides himself on taking a deep dive to uncover all the relevant data about the sports and sports teams he loves. And now he's sharing all those facts inside his big brain with all of you. Here is the LohDown with D-Loh on ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
It is the LohDown. It is hour number 2 of 2. ESPN 1037 in Lafayette, 1041 in Lake Charles. Anywhere you are with the ESPN Southwest Louisiana mobile app, and now coming at you live, ESPN_SWLA on YouTube. The full stream of the show is available free as always. We got a lot of exciting things happening here in the second hour, and we're going to go back-to-back guests. We don't do this a whole lot, but the schedule worked out this way. So coming up at the bottom of the hour, Mike Rooney, part of the ESPN Squeeze Play team, ESPN college baseball analyst. He is awesome. We're going to talk regionals and supers with him. Before that, at 2:15, Barry McKnight, the voice of the Troy Trojans. Troy headed to the Supers. They went to Gainesville, took down the Gators. Now they're hosting Little Rock, 2 games away from Omaha. Excited to catch up with Barry about that fun Troy team. And right now, our friend Zach Nagy. We talk to him every week at this time, 2 o'clock on Wednesdays. Zach, of course, with a new gig over there at 247, the Go 247 team. Zach, thanks for being back with us, man. What's going on?
Yeah, man, not too much. Recruiting is booming in Baton Rouge as always. Baseball season's obviously in the rearview mirror. And then we got a little bit of off-season football buzz to talk about. So looking forward to it. And, of course, man, appreciate you for having me back on.
Yeah, man, how cool is it we get Paul Skeens and Spencer Arrighetti, a Cajun against a Tiger on the mound tonight in the MLB, man? Just kind of a little bit of a showcase for all the talent that this state can produce in that sport, huh?
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know I'm a Cajun, so to see that flair is always awesome. And even though the LSU community might not like always hearing me say that I'm a Cajun, I am through and through. So, of course, it's going to be an awesome showdown. Paul Skeens, of course, no words need to be said there, but really excited about that, of course, and it's really good to represent the Bayou State.
All right, recruiting stuff still buzzing as always, and you and your team are always the first on this, it feels like. What can you tell us from just, the big sports, any football buzz? We know we've still seen a lot of that, the 2027 class starting to come together. What's the update over there?
Yeah, man, we'll keep it short and sweet there. This past weekend in Baton Rouge was just absolutely star-studded. You had 3 5-star prospects in town, headlined by none other than the number 1 wide receiver in America, Easton Royal. It's the guy that's obviously committed to the Texas Longhorns, and Steve Sarkisian and company continue to counter at every punch that LSU throws here. So Easton Royal, obviously the headliner there, got in on Thursday night, spent time with Ed Orgeron on Friday morning, worked through a photo shoot Friday night in Tiger Stadium, and then, of course, Saturday and into Sunday morning, went through meetings with coaches, players, etc., and really enjoyed himself to where He's narrowed his focus to LSU and Florida as the two contenders to try to flip him from Texas. So it's a three-team race. That one's going to be fascinating to watch unfold, man. This is a guy who is as coveted as they come, one of the top players to come out of Louisiana in a while. Him and Lamar Brown, obviously, are two that really, really stick out like a sore thumb, and LSU landed Lamar Brown. So now your next big fish is, of course, Easton Royal. Jalen Brewster, the number one overall player in the 2027 cycle, was back in town this past weekend on an official visit. He's currently committed to Texas Tech. This is a five-star defensive lineman who's going to command a hefty payday, but LSU chipped away here. I've caught up with Jalen a couple different times, and he's continuing to feel the love from defensive line coach Kevin Peoples. And then he had the chance to talk shop with Ed Orgeron this past weekend where he was raving about his time in town. So those two are your big-time headliners. Xavier Sabb is another five-star that was in town, a really talented receiver from New Jersey. So those three are the really big headliners, but Easton Royal and Jalen Brewster are the two that are really, really starting to pick up some steam. It'll be fascinating to watch that unfold over these next 3, 4, even 5 months.
This, look, this is more probably speculation than anything, man, but they've been using these purple jerseys a lot in a lot of these photos, and Kiffin kind of had his own take on which Ole Miss uniforms to wear. You think we're going to see more of the purple tops in the fall this year?
I'll tell you what, Dawson, the more that they continue to use these in photo shoots, the more I just get fascinated about that, because you're not the first person to say that. Like, this is something that, gets asked and something that I continue to get more and more intrigued with. I mean, how awesome would it be to have those jerseys on the field? They're so pretty, and we know Lane Kiffin has utilized alternate jerseys in the past during his time at Oxford. So, man, how cool would it be for them to utilize that color combination? I love it when they use it in photo shoots, so I'd love it a little bit more if they use it on the field as well, no doubt.
I know there's some traditionalist LSU fans probably don't love that idea, but I mean they've worn them. Obviously, they wear them usually maybe once a year, so we'll see if they get back to it. All right, the baseball portal is open, so there is a whole lot of activity there. We are not surprised. We know Jay Johnson already made a point of saying that he is going, to have to reevaluate their strategy, and I think they probably already started that. So what are you hearing on the baseball front with, obviously, I mean, we could be getting some news here any day now.
Yeah, absolutely, Dawson. You saw a flurry of players from the 2026 roster hit the portal. Of course, Maverick Rizzi, Jaden Newt, et cetera, hit the portal, departing Baton Rouge. But, of course, everybody wants to know who are they targeting and who could they potentially land to make it, of course, to Baton Rouge via the portal. And a guy that made his way down to Baton Rouge yesterday was Northwestern State pitcher Brody Trosclair. This is a guy who's a really talented player that LSU is taking a deeper look into. A couple of SEC schools have piqued his interest, so this isn't one where he made his way to LSU and committed on the spot or anything of that nature. He will explore all options here and really see what's going to be the best suitor for him. So a lot of schools in the race here, but Northwestern State pitcher, of course, Brody Trosclair was in town yesterday. They're taking a deeper look, of course, into Gonzaga star Mikey Bell, a guy who's going to command a hefty payday. Everybody is going to be pushing for the two-time Conference Player of the Year back-to-back. So it's going to be fun watching these next couple of weeks unfold. Jay Johnson and company keep it really, really quiet and tight-lipped inside that building when it comes to their portal approach. But getting Brody Trosclair on campus was a really big one, and they'll continue to sneak guys in over the next couple of days, weeks, et cetera.
It is also worth noting, and I didn't mention this earlier, Kevin Schnall is reported as potentially taking the South Carolina job. Obviously, Paul Maneri was there for a couple of years. That didn't go so well. And the Coastal Carolina coach that is quite familiar, obviously LSU saw him in the championship series a couple of years ago, could be headed to South Carolina. So interesting news on the baseball side of things. Before we let you go, Zach, just like off-season thoughts with this football team as we start to kind of put the focus back on them a little more as we get towards media days, only about a month and a half away. What's going to kind of be on your mind before we get to that point?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Dawson. They started summer workouts yesterday, 2 days ago on Monday, where, look, they are starting to try to get things rolling. Strength and conditioning coach Nick Savage is just that. I mean, he is a savage the way that he works for these guys. They continue to rave about the intensity. They enjoy it. They love it. It's hard. But that's why you go to LSU, is to work with the best, and that's what they're getting with strength and conditioning coach Nick Savage. So they're working through summer workouts, but sources have continued to rave about Winnie Watkins. I mean, he is a guy that continues to get a ton of buzz this offseason. Eugene Wilson from Florida is another wide receiver that sources continue to rave about. These are two guys that are going to take on big-time roles in 2026, and I'm really intrigued to watch how their progression is from spring camp to summer workouts into fall camp, and then, of course, leading into week one. So a lot of excitement brewing on the outside with your wide receivers, and you're going to need that, of course, with Sam Levitt at the helm. He needs riches to work with. He certainly will have that. I'm really fascinated to watch his progression from that foot injury, see if they ease him into the season by, of course, utilizing those layups where they check it down to Winnie Watkins and let him turn it upfield to where Sam Levitt's not relying on his legs. So a lot of buzz, of course, this offseason surrounding the Tigers. Nothing short of it when the purple and gold are always in headlines, but really exciting stuff. Excited about the progression of this team with fall camp just a couple weeks away.
No doubt about it. We will see how it continues to progress. Zach, I'm gonna give you next week off. I know you got some big days in your personal life coming up, man. So we're gonna catch up after that, man. But enjoy it. Enjoy everything that's going on off the field, so to speak. And we'll talk again soon.
Absolutely, man. I really appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you next weekend. We got a big time coming up, so looking forward to it, man. I appreciate you, Dawson.
That's our guy, Zach Nagy, and I will be there, Zach. Fear not. All right, man, we will we'll take a timeout. We've got Barry McKnight on the other side. We're going to talk Troy baseball, as I mentioned. What a run for them to just barely squeaking into the regionals, to going to Gainesville, dropping their first game. It was a bad first day for the Sun Belt as a whole. You're like, man, is the Sun Belt going to have anybody to get through this thing? Southern Miss goes 0-2, and then the Troy Trojans saved the day. They beat Miami. They beat Florida twice. They're headed to Supers. And now, oh, by the way, they're hosting them. They probably thought they were done playing games at Riddle Pace Field. They got to get things ready to roll. They've got a Super on their turf with 2 wins away from going to Omaha for the first time ever. The voice of the Trojans, Barry McKnight, will break it all down for us after the break. It's the LohDown.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Here at Southwest Louisiana Sports Station, we know you can't get enough sports in your life, so go ahead, subscribe to our YouTube channel, ESPN Southwest Louisiana. Turn the bell on so you get notifications whenever we post a podcast, a short, or how about streaming our shows now every day from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's weekdays, of course. Jordy Holtberg Show, Footnotes, RP3 and Mesh, the LohDown with D-Loh, all live on the ESPN_SWLA channel on YouTube.
Hello, everyone. This is Jeff Palermo. Join us on Tuesday nights for Tiger Rag Radio. Myself, Todd Horn, and Glenn Gilbo give you the latest happenings in Tiger Town and across the SEC. We talk to coaches, analysts, and those in the know when it comes to the Tigers and the Southeastern Conference. We cover all the sports: football, baseball, basketball, softball, and gymnastics. That's Tuesday nights right here on ESPN 103.7 in Lafayette and 104.1 in Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Black's Outdoor and Marine is Acadiana's Spartan Mower headquarters. Spartan Mowers, delivering more mowing power and performance. Black's has commercial and residential Spartan mowers with Kawasaki motors in stock now and ready to cut. Black's also has parts, service, and financing available. Call 337-233-4272. That's 337-233-4272 or stop by 1423 Northwest Evangeline Thruway in Lafayette. Black's Outdoor and Marine, serving Acadiana since 1968.
Since 1958, Alamo Glass has been serving Acadiana's glass needs. Alamo Glass does outstanding work on residential windows, custom shower doors, mirrors, custom framing, commercial storefronts, and door repairs. Alamo Glass also carries plexiglass and Lexan. Need a windshield or rock chip repair? Alamo Glass offers free mobile service as well as free estimates on any of your glass projects. Call Alamo Glass, 1220 Bertrand Drive, or call 233-8811. Need glass? Call Alamo Glass.
Every weeknight, MeTV has your laugh therapy.
To chase away the blues or the olive drabs.
With 2 hours of MASH at 5.
This guy's ankle has tickled my funny bone.
Followed by the Andy Griffith Show at 7.
Doggone it, Otis. You're supposed to be hugging me when I'm arresting you.
But he likes you, Bart.
Weeknights on MeTV.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on Channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry. No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices. To learn more, visit govote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's office.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
You're listening to the 2026 LAB Award winner for Radio Young Professional of the Year, Dawson Iserloh, the host of the LohDown with D-Loh on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Back here on the LohDown, our second of three straight guests here in the second hour. It is our friend Barry McKnight, the voice of the Troy Trojans. Barry, this is usually about the time of year where you could kind of take a break, relax for a little bit, but I'm sure you don't mind delaying any vacation plans. There's more baseball to play.
As long as they keep playing, Dawson, I will keep broadcasting. That's the deal here. Yeah, it's already been the most games that Troy has ever played in a season, and they're playing on. We're getting ready around here. As I speak to you now live, we are in we're on campus. I'm right next in my office in the field house next to the vet, which is right across the parking lot from Riddle Pace Field, and getting ready for a Troy Super Regional. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth as quickly as they have after the start that Troy had this year, but here we are.
There's so many angles for this, Barry. Let's go back just to the heartbreak of the last couple years, right, where this Troy team gets left right outside. They're a bubble team, and they kind of get told at times, and sometimes these committee messages can be, how much you could take it for what it's worth. But it's like, hey, The non-conference schedule isn't quite there. And so Skylar Meade took that personally, right, and just puts together a gauntlet. Just what do you make of, how this all kind of worked out in their favor? They got a directive from the committee. They said, all right, well, then how do you like this? We'll schedule the toughest non-conference in the country.
Well, it's really, and you're right about there being so many different subtexts to this whole achievement of getting through the Gainesville Regional and getting to the Super Regional. And it really, Dawson, kind of began 3 years ago when Troy just was, I think it was the first one out, or one of the first four out 2 years ago. Last year, they were maybe the first one out. And the committee told them, look, you got to beef up your non-conference schedule, which wasn't bad, but needed to be better. Well, by the end of the loss to Southern Miss in the Sun Belt tournament, Troy had the number one strength of schedule in non-conference games in the country. I'm not sure it's that way anymore, but that's what it was. And it was intentional. By gosh, if we're not going to get in, it's not going to be because we didn't play anybody. And you look at the schedule and, playing Georgia twice, beating them once, playing Alabama, beating them, playing Mississippi State, playing Vanderbilt, some of the other ones, teams from the Big Ten that Troy beat, playing, in a tournament in East Carolina, and just down the line. It's been a gauntlet, and the obvious effect to your question is that's what helped push the Tide pro-Troy from the committee to get them in as an at-large, despite, obviously, you play a schedule like that's going to affect your overall win-loss record, but it got them in. And I think that's the obvious result. I don't think what is as obvious is that also really mentally prepared this group for the postseason. They had to win 2 games in 2 days, in the Sun Belt tournament against South Alabama and Southern Miss after the heartbreak of the 2-out, 2-strike Grand Slam home run loss to Southern Miss. They had to win the next 2 games. I think those 2 games got them in the tournament. And then here in the Gainesville Regional, just this past weekend, you lose late against Miami, immediately into the loser's bracket, and you had to beat Ryder and did that. And then it came up on Sunday that you had to beat Miami and Florida back-to-back in one day, 2 teams that have combined for 5 national championships. And they had the wherewithal and the toughness and the culture to get that done. I think that is a not as obvious result, a corollary effect of the gauntlet of the schedule they played, which served to get them in the tournament, but I think it also was able to toughen them up to really, face some of the difficulties that they had faced before and be able to prevail when the season's on the line.
Right. How did this team get through Miami and then Florida twice, right? I know the offense came to life. The story, the guy Jabe who had, 10 hits in the regular season. I mean, just what did it take?
It was a cumulative effort where, the lineup was outstanding. And if you want to look for a key or two, Jay Boroff. Everybody kept asking me if the tweet was true, and it is. He had 10 hits during the regular season. He was a JUCO All-American. He won the JUCO Triple Crown 2 years in a row in the state of Alabama. He could hit, but he had been struggling. And he got some time, he got some at-bats, and boom, all of a sudden, he's the tournament MVP batting in the 8-hole. If you look at something like that, you can extend that into Houston Markham, who batted 9th. He was also all-tournament. He hit 500 in the Gainesville Regional as well. So you look at the bottom of the order with those guys, and I think that was one of the real keys. The other one is the pitching staff. You go 1-1, you lose to Miami, you beat Ryder, then you've got Miami again, and then Florida, and you're thinking, how in the world are we going to have enough pitching to stand? Well, there's a guy named Cooper Ellingworth who pitched against Florida in the second game of that 2-day stretch on Sunday. He had made 1 start all year long, and he handled the Gators for 5 innings, and the bullpen was good. And then what do you do on Monday? Well, Hayden Smith had thrown 57 pitches on Friday, and he answered the bell on Monday, and he was great. And Benjamin Stubbs had a start on Friday, and he came in and pitched an inning. And then Noah Thigpen at the very end was absolutely dominant. So, it's a combination of things, and the most common thing among the offense and the pitching staff is that they both really kind of grew into the roles they needed to play because of the adversity that they had faced.
Barry McKnight is our guest, the voice of the Troy Trojans. They're getting ready to host a Super Regional, and that's the other element, right? Yet another one. They're hosting this because Little Rock goes to Hattiesburg. How crazy is it that it could have been Troy at Southern Miss in a Sun Belt Super Regional? Now they're hosting Little Rock, who was really good last year in the regionals, almost beat LSU. This year they actually cruised through Hattiesburg. And the staff over at Riddle Pace Field's got to get this ballpark together to host a few more games. This is really it's just crazy.
It is crazy, and I'm sitting right here in the middle of it. It's organized chaos because the fans are so excited, and the tickets demand has been absolutely unprecedented, and you're trying to accommodate all of those. Doubles Alley and left is going to be a crazy zone. And, with all of that, with all of the fan excitement, and with hosting a super regional for the very first time here at Troy, with, a couple of wins, to get into the College World Series, for gosh sakes. It is such a maelstrom right now. There's so many different things pulling all the fans one way or another. The really salient point is the real focus needs to be on beating a really good Little Rock team. You do not. They've been in the Sun Belt before. We know what that program's about. We know a lot about Coach Curry and what he's done with them. But you don't need to lose sight of the fact that it's more than just the honor of hosting a super regional. You've got a really tough team coming in, and nothing has been decided yet. That's why I think Skylar Meade is invaluable in something like this. He's been remarkable in trying to keep the team as focused as you possibly can on the day rather than the end result or the broad view. Pay attention to what you've got in front of you, which is a pretty doggone good team coming in that's on a hot streak that is themselves playing for an awful lot.
We can close it with this, Barry, and look, this answer might change if it does come to fruition. We know there's baseball left to be played, as we said, but what would a trip to Omaha mean for the Troy program and Troy athletics as a whole?
Well, even more than that, the university as a whole. Your question is a valid question because it would be uncharted territory, obviously. But, here we are, Troy University, a baseball program that has had a lot of success, that expects success, that has won championships in Division II and has had, Sun Belt champions left and right, but nothing like this. For the baseball program, it's an absolute feather in the cap. For, the athletic department, it would be a high watermark of everything that they've achieved, and this year has been a banner year. But for the university, a small, rural, southeastern Alabama university, it's absolutely incalculable just what a marketing value that would be. You can't put a price on, a public relations firm coming in and trying to give the same impact as what this would mean for the entire university. So, yeah, Dawson, in all kinds of different levels, this would be, not yet, but it would be an absolute watershed moment for the entire school.
It's going to be fun to watch. I look forward to seeing the games this weekend, Barry. Enjoy being on the call, and we'll see. Maybe you've got even more baseball to call after this weekend.
I would be ready for it if and when it happens. Believe me, it will not catch me by surprise. I'm looking forward to it.
That's our friend Barry McKnight, the voice of the Troy Trojans. Troy is just 2 wins away from their first ever trip to the College World Series. They get that pesky Little Rock club that's been so close before and now has just 2 wins for them. Whichever team wins this series, by the way, as we mentioned before, would be the first to reach the first in their program's history to reach Omaha. So, speaking of Omaha, speaking of college baseball, everything related to it, our third of 3 consecutive guests after the timeout, Mike Rooney, ESPN college baseball analyst. You may have seen him all weekend long, part of the Squeeze Play broadcast. He is awesome, and he will join us after this on the LohDown.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
This game isn't fun. This game is a war.
It's time for the 2-minute drill.
Hurry it up, hurry it up, hurry it up.
Powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you.
Come on, let's go, you guys. Get in here, we gotta go fast now.
The Pittsburgh Pirates beat the Houston Astros last night 10-6 at Daikin Park. The long ball was working yesterday for the Pirates, who sent 3 out of the park against the Astros pitching staff. Game 2 of the series will be tonight, and it'll be a matchup between former LSU Tiger Paul Skeens and former Louisiana Raging Cajun Spencer Arrighetti. First pitch is at 7:10 tonight, and you can listen to it right here on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles. The 2026 NBA Finals get started tonight between the New York Knicks, representing the Eastern Conference, and the San Antonio Spurs, representing the Western Conference. Game 1 tonight will be in San Antonio, and the Spurs are favored by 4.5 over the Knicks. Tip-off is at 6:30 tonight in the Frostbank Center. The Women's College World Series Championship Series begins tonight, and it's a rematch of last year's title series between the Texas Longhorns and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. The Red Raiders will be the away team tonight and are 61-8 on the year, while the home side, Texas Longhorns, enter at 51-12. First pitch is at 7 p.m. in Oklahoma City. The Las Vegas Golden Knights won a 5-4 thriller over the Carolina Hurricanes last night in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Game 2 of the series will stay in Carolina, and it'll be Thursday night at 7 p.m. After more than a decade in Lake Charles, March Madness is returning to Lafayette. The LHSAA announced yesterday that the boys basketball state tournament will be played in the Cajun Dome starting in March of 2027. It'll be the first time since 2011 that the Cajun Dome has hosted the tournament. I'm Blake Persher, and you're listening to ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, your home for the LSU Tigers and the Houston Astros.
The 2-minute drill has been powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you. ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles is the proud winner of 4 2026 LAB Prestige Awards, including Best Use of Digital Media, Foot's Friday Fury, Best Live On-Site Remote for our Super Bowl Radio Road coverage, Best Promotion for our No Shave November initiative, and Radio Young Professional of the Year for Dawson Iserloh. We're proud of being Southwest Louisiana's sports station and are humbled to be recognized by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters.
MeTV is America's #1 classic entertainment television network. And here's one of the reasons everybody loves MeTV.
Oh, it's a classic.
The great comedy lineup on weeknights.
This will be fun. Come on.
With MASH.
Loaded with snappy comebacks.
The Andy Griffith Show.
I was just funning with Barney.
And Everybody Loves Raymond.
Now we got a show.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on Channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry. No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices. To learn more, visit govote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's office.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the LHSAA, are the 110,000 high school sports students in Louisiana. And so we stand. We stand for the runners, soccer and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, administrators, and officials. We stand for the swimmers, football players, and wrestlers. We stand for the golfers, softball, and volleyball players. We stand as the national leader and advocate for high school athletics and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
School sports are played by humans, coached by humans, and officiated by humans. So the next time you're sitting in the stands at a school athletic event, please remember this and maintain your humanity, especially when it comes to judging and critiquing athletes, coaches, and officials. Please show your fellow humans some respect. They'll appreciate your empathy.
This message presented by the LHSAA and the Louisiana High School Athletic Directors Association.
This is ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles, broadcasting live from the Beal and Hebert studios in Upper Lafayette. Beal and Hebert, Acadiana's hometown lawyers. Back to more of Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Our third of three guests here on the show today is Mike Rooney, ESPN college baseball analyst. You may have seen him a part of Squeeze Play all weekend long. He will be again a part of the studio coverage for the Super Regionals. Mike Rooney, thanks for doing this, first of all.
You got it. How we doing?
I'm good. And look, we talked to you about this time last year as well. And look, first off, I love Squeeze Play. The regional weekend's maybe my favorite sporting weekend of the year. I really enjoy it that much. And, like, we had an all-timer. I mean, we had so many different storylines this year. I know there's so many ways you could take it, but just summarize the regional weekend in your opinion.
Yeah, it's just like, I agree with you. It's incredible. You know, like some of the moments in Squeeze Play and regional weekend that are, like, Saturday night is usually the most electric night. And it actually wasn't this year, which was great because it was Monday night. You know, and there was a lot of contradictions. Like, we could have 5 SEC teams in Omaha this year, which would be a record for any league, but yet we had 2 4 seeds advance, which we've never, you know, like to put the 4 seeds in context, in 26 years, we had 10 of them ever win a regional. This year we had 2. And so, you know, we had 3 different teams, Troy and Southern Cal and Auburn, all lose their first game and come back and win their regionals. We had 2 all-time great teams in UCLA and Georgia Tech who got clipped in the regional round. it was, like the scenes in Morgantown with those crowds winning or singing Country Roads together. And, it's hard to like pin it down on one thing. It was just an incredible weekend in a million different ways.
We can maybe go like negative to positive, right? The teams that didn't do it. Georgia Tech, I thought y'all's conversation about how they have to feeling like this was an all-time Georgia Tech team, how they had 5 superstar hitters and like it's impossible to go into the portal or you're recruiting and try and build a team better than what they had this year and they don't get out of their own regional. Like that's just got to be so tough. And UCLA's probably feeling some of the same stuff, but just like to go into it now and feel like that was the team everybody waits for, and it just didn't happen for them. What was your reaction to the way it went down in Atlanta?
Yeah, I'd say like UCLA, you kind of alluded to it. UCLA has been playing, they've almost played nothing but one-run games for a month. They just felt like, first of all, they had a major injury, Logan Redeman, who, was pitching his way to being a first-round pick. He hadn't pitched in a month, and so, any team that loses an ace like that, that's a problem. They go into regionals and they lose 2 other starters, and then Will Gasparino, their center fielder, suspended for a game because of a malicious contact play in the Big Ten tournament. And so, like, for UCLA, it just felt like the weight of being number 1 from wire to wire was weighing on them and catching up to them. Georgia Tech, it was none of those signs. They lost a series in mid-April to UNC on the road, and they literally didn't lose another ACC game. They just crushed everybody. They were a dominant force in Charlotte, the ACC tournament. They even blew Oklahoma out in game 1, or, the first time they played in the weekend, it was the 1-0 game, 9-3. They had leads in both those games. So I think that was the most jarring thing. And, for James Ramsey at Georgia Tech, who's a first-year head coach, I actually texted somebody that's like, man, I felt terrible. Like, putting a team like that together is basically impossible. Like, so many things have to go right for you to get that many stars on your campus at the same time. And James Ramsey already has the season that will traumatize him throughout his whole coaching career. And the person responded to me with a great response that said, hey, if you're going to do this for a living, you might as well get it out of the way now. And that made me laugh. But, the Georgia Tech thing was shocking.
Now, too, like we have all these conversations about parity in the sport. And so, this has been really interesting for baseball specifically. It does have its own unique rules, right? And the scholarship stuff that's changed, but is still a factor. What do you think about when you see the Little Rocks of the world get this thing done and Cal Polys and St. John's and all these programs that have found their ways to the Supers as well?
Yeah, I think it's my first thought is, hey, we have a lot of talented players and coaches in Division I baseball. They're not just all clustered in 1 or 2 leagues. My friend Chris Burke says this a lot, and I think this resonates with me, is that the transfer portal and NIL are different. They're 2 different things. Of course, the SEC and the ACC will dominate whenever NIL gets involved, but the transfer portal benefits other teams in other ways. And, but I just – for like a team like Milwaukee, who started this season 5-23, and we start our season, games that count, in February, and you're in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and yet you go 2-0 in the Auburn Regional to start, and you just get after Auburn, who could win the national title, by the way, in that first game, and St. John's, who started the season 1-10, and it's. Some of it's the nature of baseball. It's not a sport like football or basketball where you're like physical contact and size and athleticism just completely dominate everything. But man, it like just as a college baseball fan, which is what I am at heart, the drama and the compelling nature of the weekend we just had is something I'll never forget. It was incredible.
And, I do at least have to ask you about it. I know, and, Butch at Auburn had comments after the regional. I didn't agree with what he said really at all, but there's always comments about the format. We just saw the NCAA basketball tournament expand again. I just think this weekend was like the prime example to be like, there is no reason to touch this thing at all. This is like as close to perfect, I think, as we'll ever have it. Is that the way you feel about what we have with regionals right now?
Yeah, kind of. Like it's I'll do it in reverse. Like there is an idea out there in college baseball called 32 hosts, which is we would split the regional weekend up, and we would do everything until Omaha would be a 3-game series. The reason why I've been a long proponent of that is not – I mean, it would help with these pitching scenarios, and it would help us with the weather and all that stuff. But the real reason is because baseball has been way ahead of the curve vis-a-vis college sports in that we've been doing home postseason, and we're not the only ones, just to be clear, softball too, et cetera. But we've been doing home postseason play for a long time. And you talk to any coach, they'll tell you the number one thing that you can do to inject enthusiasm and investment in your program is host the postseason and get the best version of our sport up in the nostrils of your administration and your donors. And so what I don't like about our current format is it's kind of a lot of the same teams over and over again hosting when there's only 16 sites, and 32 hosts would give us a chance to spread the love. Where I'm struggling now, though, is we're experiencing these regional weekends, and it's like it's so good. Like, do we really want to mess with something so good? So I don't have a great answer for you. I've long been an advocate of 32 hosts, but I'm sitting here watching Squeeze play year after year, and I'm thinking, man, I don't know if you put a gun to my head if I could pull the trigger and make that go away.
It was awesome. It was at its peak, it feels like, this past weekend. Mike Rooney's our guest, ESPN college baseball analyst. He's with us here talking the postseason. All right, let's look at Supers now. I mean, it feels a little bit more opened up, right, with UCLA and Georgia Tech gone. Georgia's the next highest seed remaining. They've got to play Mississippi State, who's figured some stuff out. They get McPherson back. Just what do you make of, like, the field of teams that's left in it and how it kind of maybe changed the championship picture with a couple of the big dogs out?
Yeah, I'd say, the first part, the fact that Cal Poly or West Virginia are going to be in Omaha is a blast. The fact that Little Rock or Troy are going to be in Omaha is a blast. I think we're going to have great atmospheres, just going around the horn. Morgantown's going to be awesome. Troy is going to be jammed, and, Lawrence, Kansas is going to be great. And, Plainsman Park, the redo there has been incredible. They've had electric scenes there all year. You mentioned Georgia's my national championship pick, and I think when we look at our regular season, it was basically UCLA, Georgia Tech, and Georgia were clearly the three best teams. They're the last team standing, Georgia, but, man, Mississippi State is scary. I think that is the roughest of any of the matchups. You mentioned Ryan McPherson threw 85 pitches this weekend. The Mississippi State offense is a handful. Georgia has the scar tissue of being defeated on their own field in the postseason 2 years in a row. They're going to be without Trey Phelps in game one because of his ejection. But all that said, I still think Georgia is the most talented team left in the field. I think USC at North Carolina is an awesome matchup. So, Oregon, Texas, this is Oregon's third super regional in 4 years. They're not going to be intimidated or anxious going in there. I think we've got some great matchups.
I do want to ask you about it. You alluded to it right there with the Trey Phelps situation. We saw it with Arizona State as well. There's been some notable ones. The Cam Canarella thing a few years ago, Schnall in the championship series last year. And I know you guys talked about it on Squeeze Play. Is there something that can be done? And it is interesting, like other sports, basketball has a technical foul and football has a unsportsmanlike penalty, where we can find ways where if a player maybe crosses a line, we don't have to have the stakes as high where now a player's missing the rest of that game and an automatic one-game suspension. It just feels like we're taking some of the superstars out of the game, and I just don't know if that's in the best interest for the sport that, as we mentioned, has so much momentum as a whole.
Yeah, you probably heard me say it, but we had 10 high-profile ejections in the last 4 tournaments, so now you'd say 12 and 5. And, I'm like any other fan. I just want to watch the stars play. And, I think if there was an easy answer, we'd already have it, of course. And I think from the umpiring community, I have empathy because they're just trying – these environments are so pressurized, and they're just trying to keep control of the game. And – I also, I don't think the umpires in Lincoln or in Athens this weekend did anything wrong. I think they're a little bit boxed in by the rules that we have. And I'm not even sure that I'm that upset about the rules. I don't think Landon Harrison or Trey Phelps were doing anything. I've seen way worse, right, than that. I think we also have the empathy for the players who are under incredible pressure, especially the star players. And those are the ones we're seeing get ejected. Landon Harrison, I don't think he meant to show up the umpire as bad as it came off. He flipped the bat and probably was more mad at himself than anything else, and the bat just went higher than normal. And, Trey Phelps is, like, he's so like that type of showmanship for Trey Phelps is so much a part of his game, and he's, like, way out there, right? Like, he's more playful and showy than any other player I can think of. So I don't know. Like, I just want to watch those guys play. If I had to come up with an answer right in this second, the answer I'd come up with is let's just eject them for the game and not suspend them, because that's still a pretty serious penalty. You just got ejected. You're not even going to get to finish an NCAA tournament game. Like, that's a pretty stiff penalty in and of itself. The suspensions is, really, really rough. And like A.J. Gracia for Duke last year, he didn't get to play in game one of a super regional. So I don't know. The suspension part is where I'm really struggling, because that's going to impact Georgia. Georgia's got plenty of talent to make up for Trey Phelps, but he's a leader on that team, and I hate that they have to play a game without him.
I am with you. I am with you on that for sure. Okay, this weekend, obviously, a whole bunch of stuff, everything on the ESPN networks. I saw you guys. It's not going to be called Squeeze Play, so I'm imagining it's a little different. What's going to happen with the ESPN studio coverage that you, Matt Schick, and Chris Budden will be a part of?
Yeah, so we'll be in studio all of the days, and we'll, in between games, we'll fill some time and get people prepped for the next game. And then I do think on Saturday and Sunday, if we have a flood of games, we'll be able to put, 2 boxes and tri boxes and quad boxes up there. Like, we'll have fun doing that. But yeah, it's going to be a blast. I mean, it's I think Super Regional Weekend is the most pressurized weekend of the year, because there's no bad season in college baseball that ends in Omaha. You get to Omaha, I don't care what your expectations were, it was an awesome year. But falling one weekend short of Omaha is just it's soul crushing. So this will be a good one.
It should be a lot of fun. I look forward to watching it as always. Thank you for joining us, Mike. Enjoy the coverage this week, and we'll see you again soon.
Sounds good. Take care.
That's Mike Rooney, ESPN college baseball analyst. Really appreciate him for joining us. Obviously, it's one of the busiest times of year for him with all the coverage. And by the way, I should have given him props for this. We always talk the whole Scott Hansen red zone thing. Our guy Mike Rooney, along with Chris Burke, they were on TV for literally 13 to 14 straight hours over the weekend at times. And I know they have the times where they jump around. I'm sure they can take a break, go grab something to eat. But shout out to him for that. It's awesome. I enjoy the heck out of it. And sounds like we'll get some version of that to an extent this weekend as well. I did say, and I said this yesterday, I really like the staggered start times for Supers, where every game basically starts an hour after the previous one for the most part. A little bit of a borrowed idea perhaps from March Madness there. It should make it to where you turn your TV on any day from Friday to Monday, there's going to be some college baseball on at some point, and I think that is awesome as well. So all that being said, that was a blast. 3 straight guests. Took a lot out of us, but we made it happen. Shout out to all 3 of them for coming on. We'll recap the show a little bit, get some tie up some loose ends, and send you off to AFR after the break. It's the LohDown, ESPN Southwest Louisiana Sports Station.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
ESPN 103.7 Lafayette, 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana Sports Station, and our friends over at Mid-South Power Solutions in Crowley bring you this hurricane safety tip. That is right, by the way. Atlantic hurricane season officially underway. I know that's a little bit of a scary thing to think about in this part of the country this time of the year. Make sure to secure your home and bring in outdoor items. Have an emergency kit with water, food, and medications ready to roll. Know your evacuation routes and listen to local authorities. Stay informed with a battery-powered radio. And remember, safety is in your hands. Your hurricane preparedness tips are powered by Mid-South Power Solutions in Crowley, your local Generac dealer. Visit midsouthpowersolutions.com.
ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles is your home for the Houston Astros.
And the Astros stun the Mariners.
Hunter Brown, Yordan Alvarez, and the rest of the Astros are looking to get back to the postseason. You can listen to every pitch, hit and thrilling victory of the Houston Astros.
Incredible!
As Robert Ford and Steve Sparks will be on the call. Tune in this season for live Astros baseball on Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Before hitting the road, get hooked up at Match Trailers on Bertrand Drive. Everything you need from truck equipment, accessories, and trailer parts, Match Trailers has it. Match Trailers, 1849 Bertrand Drive in Lafayette, or give Matt a call at 235-7534.
Tax season doesn't have to be stressful. Not with Black & Gold Tax Service in your corner. Conveniently located on Main Street in Broussard, we offer in-office appointments and virtual consultations. You can upload your documents to our secured portal, and we offer secure digital drop-offs. Members of the Better Business Bureau, we proudly serve South Louisiana and all 50 states with integrity, expertise, and personalized care. Visit blackandgoldtax.com and let Black & Gold Tax Service make taxes easy. Black & Gold Tax Service, where accuracy meets Acadiana pride.
Ready to transform your backyard into the summer paradise you've always dreamed of? With Duplessis Builders custom gunite pool packages, we make it simple to own a stunning, long-lasting, in-ground pool built just for you. Choose from classic designs, all customizable to fit your space, style, and budget. Our pools come with quality finishes, energy-efficient equipment, beautiful lighting, and professional installation from excavation to decking, so you can dive in before the next heat wave hits. Don't just dream it, build it. Visit DuplessisBuilders.net.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce exhibit number 1.
MeTV is America's #1 classic television network.
There can only be one number 1, me.
MeTV features over 60 of the greatest classic TV series each week.
Go with the winner.
Enjoy dramas, comedies, westerns, sci-fi, and more.
You just watch me.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on Channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
MeTV is memorable entertainment television.
Serving part-time in the Army National Guard has led to a lot of firsts for me. It paid for me to be the first person in my family to go to school. That education got me to the first day at my dream job, which I can still hold while I serve part-time. That job and the home loan benefits I got from the Army National Guard helped me buy my first house. I also know that I will be one of the first to respond if my community ever needs me.
Sponsored by the Louisiana Army National Guard. Aired by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Delta Home Center and Delta Trailer Sales, your one-stop shop for utility and cargo trailers. Heavy-duty dump and gooseneck trailers, portable buildings, cabins, decks, porches, fences, carports, and site-built metal shops. Located at Exit 7 in Carencro or at deltatrailersales.com.
You know the routine. Eat, sleep, sports talk, repeat.
Well, up and at 'em. We're here.
Here is more daily sports talk from ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles.
It is the LohDown. It is Wednesday as we wrap up our show here. Got a few minutes left. Great stuff there. Appreciate the time. We went 3 guests in a row here in the second hour. We don't do that too often, but Zach Nagy to start things off with LSU Athletics, an update on the recruiting trail for both football and the transfer portal in baseball. Barry McKnight, the voice of the Troy Trojans. What a run Troy is on. Obviously, Sunbelt Conference mates with the Cajuns. They are playing for a trip to Omaha. And then Mike Rooney, really appreciate his time, ESPN college baseball analyst, talking supers as a whole, regionals as a whole, the recaps there. Couple really interesting things he mentioned just about the storylines, and, you know, they're not done happening yet. We get the supers coming up, as we mentioned, starting on Friday, early on Friday. We get those early start times, specifically West Virginia and Cal Poly will get things going at 11 a.m. on Friday morning. So when we're doing our show from 1 to 3, that game will be probably approaching the late innings, and then USC North Carolina is going to get rolling at 2 o'clock, and from there on, it's just kind of staggered all throughout the day. And then Saturday's really the day. If you're a college baseball fan, Saturday from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. roughly, you're going to have college baseball on, starting with Mississippi State and Georgia with that 10 a.m. first pitch, and then St. John's and Alabama's an 8 o'clock start time in Tuscaloosa. And, of course, you give it about 3 hours. So we anticipate that game going all the way through the night. It's going to be a lot of really, really good baseball on in all different forms and fashions here as the sport continues to grow. We did get some more Cajun baseball transfer portal news. Cason Bellard's in the portal. This one, another one that's not a big surprise. Bellard had, kind of competed for some playing time early in the outfield this year. Didn't end up playing a ton down the stretch, so I'm not stunned to see that. As I mentioned, it feels like, some of those peripheral players that didn't get a ton of playing time, especially given the fact that A lot of the freshmen have committed to coming back. If those guys are looking for everyday starting jobs and trying to play some more, then they're probably going to have to look elsewhere. And that feels like, to me at least, and I don't have any extra info of this, that feels like what Maddox Mendino and Kaysen Bellard and Jace LaCava's portal entries are about. So you will at the very least have to really replace some key, situational players, some depth pieces, some platoon options. Of course, Amade was a senior, so that one, and Rigoberto Hernandez as well. There are some really good high-profile Cajun players that are going to play with the Acadiana Cane Cutters and in the TCL as a whole this year. With the Gumbo Gators, the Rougarou, there's a few players, I think, spread out on each of those teams. I think Colt Brown and Blaze Rodriguez were slated to play with the Cane Cutters, so they started their season last night. I know the Rougarou and the Gumbo Gators are getting things rolling as well. So always exciting. Look, as I mentioned, the first glimpse of Lee Amade I got was calling Acadiana Cane Cutters games a few years back, and look at the type of player he turned into. So always a reminder, those games are kind of fun. If especially in the summer months when things slow down, there's not a whole lot going on. You get out and support some local stuff with the TCL, which is growing, by the way. Got some more teams in Texas now on board. Obviously, the Gumbo Gators from Lake Charles were an addition to that league a couple years back with our friend Ronnie Ranson Company. So did want to mention that their season is off and running, and they'll be playing games all summer long. So all that being said, as we mentioned, we did a little bit of everything today. We previewed the NBA Finals. We get Knicks Spurs tonight. We'll see what happens. That was our poll question of the day. A little more than half of you are on the Spurs. The rest are going with the Knicks. I'm picking the Spurs. I think the Spurs get game one tonight and make a bit of a statement, but I am interested to see, are the Knicks able to kind of knock off the rust early, maybe take advantage of that rest that they got, or does San Antonio kind of carry over the momentum of a dramatic Game 7 win against OKC to finish out the Western Conference Finals? So they just kind of keep that rolling right on into the NBA Finals. That will be the questions that we get answers to tonight. As we mentioned before, also the Women's College World Series, Texas Tech and Texas. We'll at least be interested to tune in and see what Jerry Glasgow's club does. And then Spencer Arrighetti and Paul Skeens. First time that I know of that a Raging Cajun and a Tiger have matched up on the mound, opposing mounds in a big league ball game. They're both having Cy Young type seasons as well. So how incredible is that? If that ends up happening, look, as I said before, it's almost silly to speculate at this point because we are so far away from giving out that award. But imagine if you had a Cajun and a Tiger win each respective Cy Young award on each side of the league, the American League and the National League. That would be completely bonkers. But first, they square off tonight inside Daikin Park. As I mentioned before, I'll have a recap article up for you, ESPNSouthwestLouisiana.com, if you're not able to catch that one. Of course, another option to consume that game is listening to it on this station, ESPN 103.7 in Lafayette, 104.1 in Lake Charles. I believe we've got a 7:10 first pitch tonight. Yep, 7:10 is the first pitch. That means we'll get you to Astro launch at 6:40. And how about this? One more note for you on that game. Paul Skeens has only given up a homer in his career to one active Astros player. That is Christian Walker. Of course, Skeens has been pitching primarily, well, he's always been pitching in the National League, so they haven't matched up too many times to this point. We'll see if any of that changes tonight. That'll do it for us here on the LohDown. Thanks to Zach Nagy, to Barry McKnight, and to Mike Rooney, our three guests. Thanks to James Mesh as well for helping us out. And thank you to you for tuning in, whether it be on the mobile app, on the radio, or on our YouTube channel. We'll be back tomorrow from 1 to 3. Until then, AFR is up next.
Whether it's a tempting text message or a quick glance at your GPS, taking your eyes off the road for just a moment can have serious consequences. This includes turning around or reaching down. Distracted driving includes eating or putting on makeup. Distracted driving is anything that diverts your attention from driving. I'm Lorraine Luquette Vinoy with Service Chevrolet Cadillac, encouraging you to drive smart, drive safe, and keep those eyes on the road, Acadiana. This message is powered by Service Chevrolet Cadillac and this radio station, where safety meets style on the road.
This is your Chiropractic Expert Minute, brought to you by Dr. Quentin Briscoe, chiropractic physician.
Hello, I'm Dr. Quentin Briscoe. Veterans, are you struggling with chronic back pain, neck issues, or reduced mobility? You're not alone, and you have options. Chiropractic care is part of your VA health benefits, and at Briscoe Chiropractic, we specialize in non-surgical, drug-free solutions to help manage your pain and improve your well-being. We are proud to work with the VA Community Care Network. Let us help you regain your mobility and enjoy the active life you deserve. In addition to the VA Community Care Network, we are also in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield and Aetna. We accept motor vehicle accidents and workman's comp cases.
To schedule an appointment with Briscoe Chiropractic, visit drqmb.com or call 337-534-0091. That's drqmb.com or 337-534-0091, because your spine deserves expert care.
Need peace of mind with your estate planning? Turn to Beal & Aber, your trusted hometown lawyers. At Beal & Aber, we make estate planning simple and stress-free, ensuring your legacy is secure and your future is in the right hands. Don't wait. Schedule your consultation today at BealAbear.com. That's BealAbear.com. Safeguarding your tomorrow today.
Live from Upper Lafayette, this is ESPN 1037 KLWB Carencro Lafayette, KLCJ FM Oak Grove Lake Charles 1041, a Delta Media station. Do you need more of the fellas?
If you like My Chemical Romance, Fall Out Boy, and Paramore, if you like My Chemical Romance, Fall Out Boy, and Paramore, this night was made for you. Cryer's Emo Night is hitting Rock and Bowl in Lafayette on June 27th, and it's all ages available. And it's for all ages. Buy your ticket online and you're automatically entered into the win a free Cryer skate deck. One night, all the hits, all the feelings. Get your tickets now at cryersband.com. Cryer's Emo Night, June 27th at Rock and Bowl in Lafayette. Don't miss out. You won't want to miss it. That's CRYRSBAND.com. Cryer's Emo Night on June 27th in Rock and Bowl in Lafayette. Don't miss out. Cryer's Emo Night on June 27th at Rock and Bowl in Lafayette. You won't want to miss it.